Greetings, folks. Steven here, or Coin, or Swirling Vortex, and welcome back to some more Elden Ring Reforged Deathless Fire Spells Only Routing. This would be number 3 on YouTube. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully all right. Hopefully all right. I'm doing okay myself. I had a rather large dinner. Steak, fries, salad, and some corn. I got a good cup of coffee here with me, and now I'm ready to get going. Usually I get food comas if I eat too much before stream, so I try my best not to do that, but I think the coffee is going to help offset this. Also, just in case anyone was thinking that this isn't Reforged, got a new difficulty icon for debugging purposes. We look. We're on normal mode. Look, see? You know right away you're in Elden Ring. Now, where were we? We were on the Castlemore Knights outskirts, and I believe we already took care of this one. Right, but that wasn't the last one. We needed to go to the Scaly Misbegotten. So now we're gonna set this here. And when we catch back up to the Knight's Cavalry, we'll just move on to the Deathbird. Hopefully everyone agrees with me on this. Oh, before I continue, I got some new soundboard stuff for you.
Oh, are you aggrieved?
2 of them are from Gideon Ofnir's own voice lines.
These numby tarnish.
And this last one is my love and joy. Oh, Erdtree, grant me suck.
Oh, Erdtree, grant me suck.
The joys of soundboards. And I think I have a rough idea what I want to use each one for. Most of them are going to have to do with trolls who come in here, or people selling their graphic art design careers. Like, don't get me wrong, you know, obviously if you're a real graphic artist, this isn't intended for you. But if anyone who's just doing the door-to-door salesman thing with graphic art design, nah, you're getting the are you aggrieved? Or some other voice line as compensation. Now, do we have... I know that I've been spotted from up above, because that archer has a pretty good sense of where they're aiming. Gonna grab that while we're here. Now it's finally time to actually grab the frenzy spell. We were pretty much able to get everything else working before, so... or we were able to do a lot of the early stuff without Black Flame, or Flame of Frenzy. Just gonna kill as many of these as I can, and move about our business. Yeah, this time we're gonna see if we can't get a lot done. We did a lot of rune piece scouring in the last episode, so I'm hoping... Oh, you know what? We still have a rather delicate matter to resolve, and that is this unworked rune. We're gonna have to deal with that. We should do it now rather than wait until later. But I'd like to get a rest site first before we think about doing that. Just goes to show that I don't really need to go out of my way to get these runes as much as I need to go out of my way to get rune pieces. Just gonna keep going, and eventually we will find a stick with eyeballs stuck on it. But more importantly, this lovely thing. Let me just check some audio stuff real quick. Good. Good. Okay. Just had to make sure. Let's go level up. Actually, we should spend this level up getting spells, so let's not do that. First things first, I guess we get the Flame of Frenzy. Then we're gonna go, yeah, Flame of Frenzy. Then go and buy the Black Flame spells that we can have access to. And that should be good. Yes, tell me more about your Frenzied Flame Rat. This should use up the rest of our signs, too. Do we have any... We don't even have any glimmering, or shimmering substance. We will have to go out of our way to finish getting that, or to grind it up. I don't think our sign problem will be that bad as long as we grind up everything as we're doing it, or you know, we pick points to stop and convert all our materials. We might be able to get it 2 for 1 here. As long as we start crouched. Then we'll refresh our spell. And keep going. Okay, that's just the colossal rat over there, so all we have to do now is... guys, please also let me know if you can hear me properly and the, you know, the game audio sounds good for you. Again, I'm not used to this multi-streaming thing, and I'm gonna be adding a third pretty soon to that, so I'd like to know, I'd like to know how I sound going forward. Because if once I get the sound for 2 correct, I can get the sound for 3 pretty easily. Okay. This rat aggroes if we don't have our stealth turned on. Goodbye. So how's everyone doing? Tell me about your day. You know, how was work? How was school? How was uni? How's wherever? I mean, I don't want to compel anyone to talk or anything. Just, you know, I think streams are as much what the audience puts in as everyone else. It's not just me. Yeah, it's my job to entertain. But that job certainly does get easier if we already have things to talk about. So I guess until someone feels comfortable with talking. I woke up several times today and decided that the better part of my day would be spent sleeping, and I went back to bed each time. I didn't wake up until like 4:30 p.m. or 4:50 p.m. My time, so I spent a lot of my day in bed today. It's something I definitely don't want happening super often, but if you're tired, what else can you do? Whoops. Yep, that happened. And that sign is now wasted. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to reach. Nice. I think I'm dead. Or pretty close. This was not at all worth it. Not going to even think about killing that winged misbegotten until we get the other one. This just means we need to expedite our journey over to the, Morn tunnels, or Limgrave tunnels. Got the spell. We don't need to worry about that. We just need to worry about, marking villagers to be killed for the Codex entries. Nope, get back. Just... There we go. Now, the reason why we're here in Ailing Village instead of doing anything else is rune pieces. For those who are maybe not familiar with Elden Ring Reforged, it's an overhaul mod made by Kernifer, or Team Reforged. Mod author's name is Kernifer. They've done like 90% of the mod, or maybe 85% at this point. Evidian... oh, right. Hey, I don't want to be rude to Team Reforged. We got a new team member. His name is their name is Kavu. They've been working on a quality of life stuff with Elden Ring, and they may be able to edit map pieces in the near future. But I like the fact that we're slowly starting to get a Team Reforged into the picture. I sincerely think this is just going to make Elden Ring Reforged easier for Kernifer to maintain. And, you know, as the other team members start to develop their skills and the positions on that team solidify, we can, we'll be able to see that there won't only be, it won't just be Kernifer's vision, although I think a great deal of deference will be given to Kernifer on that, but it'll start to be Team Reforged's vision, and it'll look a lot less like someone's project and look a lot more like a modding team makes the project. And that's not to say that one man modding projects are bad or anything, not by any means, but a lot of things hit differently when there's a group of people that all kind of move the needle in their own way for changes that are put into the mod, as opposed to yes, you know, here's this guy who does most of it, and he outsources the necessary work to as many people as necessary in order to make his vision come true. But Kernifer is a prodigy. Like, let's not kid ourselves. The man plays Elden Ring with a keyboard. And mouse. You know what? Good on him. At first I was gonna poke fun. I did earlier, but then I realized maybe that's why Kernifer has such an in-depth understanding of exactly when things happen in Elden Ring, because the man, like, pushes himself to his limits, and this is just something he's very, very good at. And having such an in-tune, fine understanding that can only be made possible by giving up on, you know, the eases of convenience with playing with a controller, which is what I'm doing. And instead, just using a keyboard. He's just got good, solid fundamentals with Soulsborne games. From what I understand, anyway, based on the Reforged Discord. Speaking of which, it's time I showcase a command. Let's see. Is it ERD? I think it might be ERD. We're gonna find out. No, it's... Let's try this. Yep, there we go. Let's see if it works on the YouTube side. Yes. Okay, good. Good. So, that's the Discord. Definitely feel free to check it out. I frequent there. I recently put up a clip of, or an audio clip of Erdtree Grant Me Suck and Avianet Gaming gave it a super reaction, which I'm thankful for. I am not a memester by any means. My memes are what everyone else makes as memes. But I feel pretty proud about Erdtree Grant Me Suck, because it is the first time I have made a meme using audio clips, and all it took was a little nudging on the correct sentence to make a meme out of, to make a memorable moment out of. I might open up the soundboard or figure out a way to open up the soundboard for redemptions, for channel point redemptions. I don't know how that's gonna work yet. I have to look into that, but I will look into it, because I want these streams to be a source of entertainment for you. Encourage some interaction, although most people lurk on streams. Like, the world is super busy and unstable, and I get that. But if I could provide a modicum of entertainment by allowing people to press buttons and make stuff happen on stream, even if it's just a voice clip to make themselves laugh, that's what I want to do. And also, I do this in part because this is kind of what I'm good at, like the whole streaming thing. It's where my skill set is, even if I'm trash compared to other people. But also, I would like to make people smile and laugh genuinely. You know, if you're having a cruddy day at work, I'd like to lift your spirits up at least a little. At least a little, at least for a few seconds. Whatever I can do, I'll do it. Before I forget, we're already here. We might as well make sure we've got the rune pieces, and we'll make our way to Tunnel Morn, and then we'll get this great rune unlocked so we can spend our shards. How many do we have? 96? Oh, now I want to wait for 4 shards, but I don't think that's a good idea. We're just gonna... Gotta be very careful here, because I don't want to, Yep, now we move. And I died. Yep, that's what happens when I'm in a rush. That's gonna be a death on the way there. It happens. Just gotta not be patient. Maybe the correct play for me. Most people, I think you should just run through there, grab the rune piece, and get out. But Torrent is super touchy in trying to get it. Honestly, I think in my case, I should just stand and fight. Because as I've explained already several times on various streams, when I'm rushing around going from place to place, I do not do a very good job of thinking on my feet, at least when it comes to unscripted combat, which is what that was. I wasn't expecting to have to fight, and I paid the price by jumping at the wrong angle. So I'm gonna attempt to run through again. Yeah, okay. Nice. It puts the, I definitely want to make sure I'm not dying. Okay. Like, way over here. Good. Alright. We figured it out. Gonna set this elevator to go down. Oh, and then get our butts moving. We got too many things to do, and not enough time to do them all. I want to try to go faster. And of course, going faster in runs like these means I'm just not talking as much. That's just the honest truth of it. Which, when we do the actual runs, I'm gonna be gumming up a lot more, not talking quite so much. Because I'm trying to do it quick, right? Like, I'm trying to just... Yes, it's important not to take hits, but you don't want to spend forever on deathless or hitless runs. You want to be able to do it quick. To make it easier on people like Team Hitless or others who will be judging all the VODs. Okay. Oh, hello. Goodbye. I like how I was just greeted with an aggressive misbegotten right on the way in. Oh, but we said that we were not gonna go in here because we still have this rune to awaken. We gotta get out of here, actually. I'm getting carried away. My natural inclination is to go through an area and explore, like it really truly is. I'm not used to cutting back or cutting away so much to go do various tasks. Let's go back to Tower Bridge. We'll level up again. Oh, right, we can't even do that. Also, we should at least prepare the Flame of Frenzy. That way, I don't want to forget that. That's going to be awful if I do. Come on, game, give us a... like, speed it along, shall we? Yeah, we got the Sacred Tear. Then we'll... memorize a new spell. The Flame of Frenzy. Gotta get this great rune sometime. Might as well do it now. I think it's proximity based. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's proximity based. I waited not long enough to roll. Gotta just take this where we can get it. And if I could interpose myself... Oh man, you guys are gonna do a great job of just hurting each other. All by yourselves. Gotta move quick. Alright, we move backward now. Nice. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for... Okay, gotta just take this where I can get it. If I could make it right over there to these guys, then I can like afford a spell or two But when the parts of the enemy literally get in my way, then I kind of just have to, you know, take the critical edge or critical strike where I can get it. Wow. I was not expecting that. Thank you, Pillar. Thank you very much. Way. These guys are very easy once you get them, like, actually cornered. Now, before I forget, close in any unnecessary internet tabs so I can keep the frame rate consumption down. I'll have to open up the internet eventually in order to take notes, but for the time being, I think we can at the very least, you know, start with it off. I don't need notes for this part. It's mainly anything, any kind of movement I think is a mistake, or unlocking something when I shouldn't, or what kind of stats we want at a particular boss, at a particular splits breakpoint, things like that. It's just checking my surroundings. You know about, I want to say there's not a rune piece over here. If there is, I can't see it, or I just don't know it's there. Want to be extra careful. Because climbing down these things is fairly dangerous. You don't know when you're going to end up, you know, taking one false step and suddenly you're dead. Suddenly, you're now having to come back here, fight the 3 golems over again, or risk running around like crazy, and possibly not even making it to where your runes are, and then suddenly you've lost 10, 20, 50,000 runes because you didn't, you weren't careful enough on this bridge. How do I know this? It's happened to me. I've literally lost 40,000 runes getting shot off the bridge, you know, falling off of the bridge pieces. Now, you do have to be, you know, pretty oblivious or careless to fall off this bridge, but it is possible, is what I'm trying to say. It's super possible. You shouldn't take your life in this game for granted, because oh boy, will the game punish you for doing that, and punish you big time. There should be one on this section of the bridge as well. I was about to say 2 and as well together, so I just started morphing them together. You'll find that I'm an accidental wordsmith. Sometimes I make new words by fusing words that shouldn't be, Nice. Get off me. Damn bird. They're like pigeons. Now, the bird... There was a bird that was stuck on this, particular part of the battlement. It has been unstuck. Thank you, Kavu, again. At least I think that was Kavu who... Oh, nice. Come in. Come in. Or don't, and get, you know, burned to a crisp. Chicken legs. Oh. I'm happy enough with the steak I had. I don't think I could handle chicken legs on top of everything I ate. Ugh. I'm not a meatitarian. I'm very happy with just vegetables. But the veg plate does have to be good. Like, you can't have, you know... garden variety mixed vegetables. I'm gonna need a little bit more than that for veg plate. We gotta have like the slightly crispy Brussels sprouts, the grilled asparagus, the steamed broccoli, or carrots, or squash, or okra. You gotta give me some good stuff. Not just, generic mixed vegetables and expect me to be happy with that. No. I'm content with mixed vegetables, but I'm much happier. If I have to, like... If I'm gonna be picking things over meat, because let's face it, meat and fat is very flavorful. It's very delicious. If you're gonna have vegetables, you gotta know how to spice them up. And you can't just give me garden variety vegetables and expect me to take that along instead of doing a 50-50 where I get some meat and some vegetables. If you're gonna ask me to give up protein, or give up a large chunk of protein, you're gonna have to make it worth my while. I'm very easy to please in that regard. You know, a plate full of grilled asparagus, I can take that. A plate full of steamed broccoli with just the slightest bit of salt added, and maybe some cheese for some extra flavor. Delicious. Just tilt this over so I'm right in the center of the camera. You gotta make the vegetables taste good. And not just, oh, they're vegetables, eat them because they're nutritious. Yes, I'll eat vegetables because they're nutritious. But what if they could be nutritious and delicious at the same time? And it isn't demotivating to eat all at the same time. That's way better. That's absolutely way better. Now, if we can find a way to... I realize this is going to sound strange in the world of science fiction, but if you could figure out a way to pack protein fibers, or like animal protein or animal fat into plant, I think you would have the perfect marriage. Thank you, thank you. That is a great rune restored, and with that, we can actually rune forge things, and at the very least, we can get some free stats for our trouble. We just have to go back to a rest site and change that out. So the Great Rune, I didn't really discuss this before, because we've never gotten to a point where we've used another Great Rune. So, as far as I understand, the Great Rune we want is most likely going to be Radon's or Morgoth's. It depends on how much we need the extra health, versus how much we need a bit of a spread of everything. We want Great Runes. We want to equip these, because this grants us just 2 to 3 in all stats. Like if we go over here and we look at our Great Rune, its blessing raises all attributes. If we go back to the leveling menu before I get a hiccup or something,
share them with me.
It's like it raises most stats by 1 and or 2. Our Arcane is 39, for example. Our Faith is 22. Our Intelligence is 9. Dex is 12. Strength is 13. So as you can see, Godric's Rune does favor physical stats over magical stats, but this makes a lot of sense. Like, it makes a very good amount of sense. It really does. Because Godric grafts whatever he needs. He doesn't need the intelligence to use it. He just needs the physical constitution to handle all those natural male enhancements. I need that as a meme for Godric. I truly do. Okay. Anyway, now that we have our Great Rune with the stats provided to us by a rune arc, what we are now going to do is go back and grab the Black Flame spells before continuing onward. I believe we got the Great Runes, or the rune pieces out of Enya and the Two Fingers room. Let's just double check. There's no glint over there, and there's not one behind the... Oh, well, I'll check again now because Enya has actually rendered. We have the Remembrance of the Grafted. We do not need either of the items. Now, it might be worth noting that we could take these... It costs 10,000 though. See, that's the problem. Is I would love to have 2 Starlight tokens. If we kill enough of the bosses, we can get enough for a spell. Or something else along those lines. But I don't like it. I don't like spending 10,000 on these, but the Starlight tokens are worth the 10,000 runes price. Let's not, I definitely don't want to say that, oh, it should cost nothing. No. It should cost something on top of the Remembrance. But in this case, we're going to take our lovely Remembrance and we're going to break it down. Also, we've held on to a Baldachin's Blessing. Not smart. I'm going to go ahead and just use that up.
Always good, son.
Don't need that anymore. I think... Do we have the black knife print map? We do. We have the knife print clue. That's what I was wondering. Okay. We've got that. Let's go talk to
Well then.
I'm sorry, Corin. Godskin Prayer Book.
Very well.
We're gonna grab these lovely things. Specifically Black Flame. We don't care for Black Flame Blade. Can't use it anyway, so... I think I will also take Darkness.
May the golden orb...
Now, I'm gonna trade out... What do I trade out here? I don't want to be caught in the open. If I'm in melee, I'm there mostly to generate... I'm mostly there to generate, FP. So I'm gonna get rid of O-Flame. We don't need it. Or rather, we won't need it until later. And then instead, we're going to pick up Black Flame, Frenzy Flame, Dragon... actually, do we need Dragonfire? It never hurts to have it. Oh, we need 2 slots to use this? Huh. Good to know. Alright. We can't use that unless we get another memory stone. And even then, would we want to?
Now, those are of a challenge, find them well.
We're just gonna sell things we don't need while we're here. Gotta do this now, right? We are allowed to use buffs. However, this doesn't affect our spells. That's the problem. I'm gonna hold on to the Golden Vow for now. We're never gonna be... I mean, I guess we could use this. Like, we could apply Barricade. I think it just grants regular deflects. This is fine for Deathless. Hitless, it will not. This won't be good. I'll keep this for now. Unless we find another copy of it somewhere. We also want to strip down the Ash of War off that so we can sell it along with any of these. We don't need them. And then get rid of everything else. Oh, this hurts my heart. Maximum HP. Do we... I don't know about that. I'm gonna sell it. I don't want to even think about that. Same with the Arsenal Charm. We're really not here to raise equipment load. We should just make do without it. And that's it. That's everything we can sell right now. Yeah, that's everything. Oh, we can even put Golden Vow on this. What do I want to do with that? It doesn't boost spell scaling. Like, this will only boost attack power? I don't know. I'm gonna put up the barricade, because it's just free deflects if we actually need it. There, now we at least have something. It's not just no skill. Skillless, maidenless, boneless. Ah, easy transition. That was a rant. I need to self-flagellate myself.
That man is the scum of the earth.
Yeah, I am the scum of the earth for doing that. Now we have 40 arcane. We should probably now begin to boost our faith and dexterity, because we are at a pretty reasonable spell scaling level for what we're doing. What we might want to consider bumping it up again when we actually get to the Leon and Misbegotten. We might want a few more points, but for the time being, I'm pretty happy with our loadout. We even have something that'll help with a bubble shield if absolutely necessary. Hopefully we find some cracked stone that we could instantly make shimmering substance with. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the commentary or the gameplay or whatever else have you. You are getting a black flame to the face. And if it's one-shotting you anyway, there's no point in actually using black flame. You want it on something that you just barely get the breakpoint for. Just something that one hit will barely not kill, but like a couple of ticks of the black flame will. Black flame is essentially flat damage now. It's 9% plus 0.01% HP every second for like 10 seconds. So it's better on low HP enemies, but on high HP enemies, it barely makes a difference. It's really not worth it. It's not worth the extra FP cost on top of all of it. It really just is not. Go ahead and drink up. Oh, you guys are weak and pathetic. We're gonna kill everything on the bottom floor first, then go back up and collect that rune piece. Don't worry, as soon as we get 100, I will go back and actually put in the necessary binding runes, because that's 5 extra points in mind that we otherwise probably would not be spending on. While we can boost our dexterity, our actual real dexterity. Drink again. Come on, let me, I guess we're doing things this way, are we? Nice free aim. I'm gonna have to get way better at that when we actually, We're gonna have to get way better at that, for hitless. Ah. Oh, hello. Hey there, big guy. Oh, well, we can talk this out, right? We could, sort this out, can't we? Yes, no, maybe so? Yay, nay, maybe say? Alright then. Well, let's quickly break down these materials. Let's not convert our leaf flowers into alchemics. We have plenty of other ingredients that can do that. You gotta get smart with your conversion materials, or you're not gonna actually have things that you need when you actually need them. Make 8 of these. That should be good enough for our purposes. Can identify the scaly misbegotten and be well about our business. Okay. We got that guy over there. Do we have a dog? No, we just have these guys. Oh. Chef's kiss. If I could do that, then we don't have to get so close to things. Which is just great. Check for rune pieces. Curtifer, Evidian, and company tend to want to space out these tricks where they can. And not put the... Even though there's only so many different ways you can dress up the same asset piece, they are going to do their best, and have done their best, not to put a rune piece in the same exact place on the same exact asset multiple times. There's a good degree of variance to it, and I really like that about Elden Ring, or about Elden Ring Reforged. It preserves the great world that Miyazaki has made. However, that doesn't give people the right to go and berate Convergence for what they've done with their source material, or like the lack of respect for source material. I wouldn't say that. I think it's less personal than that. I think it's honestly just I've sat in on some couch jockey streams. When, you know, people were coming up with ideas, he genuinely listens to the chat, and if a bit of headcanon a chatter helped come up with, it's just what he was looking for, he'll use it. There is just as much collaboration with them as there is for us. I think the biggest problem that Reforged has is stage presence. I've said this before. I'll say it again. I really think Team Reforged could do what someone who showcases the content in the way that they want it showcased for updates and stuff. I am not that guy. And I can't be by myself. But I think someone else who has way better navigational skills and like DS Map Studio, Anim Studio, or DS Anim Studio, or whatever, however many other tools there are out there, I think they would do a way better job at that than me. I am end user who happens to be making content off to the side. That's all. And I don't always control my mouth the best. I say what I think, and if I think something stinks, I'll say it. I'll say this isn't very good, or here are the reasons why I dislike it. And you don't want that on a person. You don't want that in the team. You don't want someone who's hypercritical of every feature minted out there. I needed to use catch flame there. That's fine. You don't want that with your groups. You want someone who's like, yeah, here are the ideas, but we think the ideas are better this way. You want someone who's in your corner, and I'm not always necessarily in Elden Ring Reforged's corner, like with the Godskin Elevator Noble. I think I've genuinely come around to not liking it. It's just very frustrating. And you know what? It's not the stats. Kernifer can turn the fight into a joke. And they kind of almost have. It's the fact that Godskin Elevator Noble is bad on platforms. The difficulty is in the arena and not in the fight itself. The fight itself is kind of like whatever. They're a very intimidating opponent, the nobles. But if you know which moves you deflect, and you can deflect a good deal of the rapidly attacking moves off the Godskin Noble, and you could dodge the fireballs. It's when they roll around like a big fat pillow that we're gonna have to, that's what people dislike about Noble. And the health. Just all that health on a boss. It makes sense. They're essentially one of the universe's biggest fatty style enemies out there. Like, okay, cool, great, whatever. But that amount of health on a relatively frustrating moveset, it's the combination. And honestly, that's kind of what I like about Convergence, is sometimes you need to stand up and say, this idea sucks and its implementation, everything about it is wrong. Miyazaki, what the hell were you thinking? Who did you assign to this? And if you did this yourself, shame on you. And we're going to, like, mod it out. I like the ability to... I like the fact that Convergence is a bit more critical of Miyazaki, but I don't like how heavy-handed they are with their changes sometimes. I also don't like the lack of Q&A, or not Q&A. That Couch Jockey contributes a lot to excellent Q&A. I mean, quality of life, the animation speed-ups, all that fun stuff. It's not there. I would say ERR is definitely the definitive way to play Elden Ring, period. But if you want a new experience, this really ain't gonna be that type of game. ERR is a slow burn. You have to appreciate the base game enough to really get great mileage out of this. I think we have exactly 100. Good. Now that we have 100, I feel pretty happy about being able to turn in the binding runes. We could just get 5 right out of the gate. We just don't want to spend our runes drying until after we've done that. What was I saying? Okay, I need to make sure I'm checking these barrels, because Kernifer and company have put together some really nasty hiding spots for these rune pieces. I need to make sure I'm not leaving any stone unturned. Move 20? I might do another round of farming while we're in here. Just get our cracked crystal reserves up and go from there. And then after that, we'll take our first break. We did a lot of not boss killing so far in the first hour, but I hope to change that, because now we actually have a lot more. We have a lot of tools up and off the ground now. What do we want to fight? What do we want to summon out for this? Maybe still the lone wolf ashes? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. See you guys on the other side of this. Goody. Just check these for rune pieces. I don't think there's one in this room, but that hasn't stopped Kernifer, Evidian, or Team Reforged from putting rune pieces in boss rooms. It's kind of a rarity. You don't see it too much. It's like in a couple boss rooms here and or there. One of the boss rooms I definitely expect to have a rune piece in it somewhere is Renala's. That, I think, there's too much opportunity to hide good stuff in there. Alright. Now that we've done that, we're gonna go back to the Table of Lost Grace, and we're gonna turn in our binding runes, and then it'll be break time. Alright, Enya. We have 100 of these. Grab 5 of these lovely beauties. Ah, beautiful FP increase. We have 28 mind. That's exactly where we want to be. We got... Oh, we can sell our spells. That I just realized that. We can sell spells while we're in here.
Oh, your divinity have mercy. I didn't. I'll be doing much. Just
Sorry, friend. I would normally respect your prayer, but
Those may be prison of my.
I need to, I got business. Sorry, friend. I'll try to respect it more in the future. Sell those. We don't need them. Busted anchor. All that. And then we just sell the spells themselves. Except I am not allowed to sell those. Here, anyway. Let's go check out Let's go check out the Twin Maiden Husks and see if we can sell them there. Bell bearings. Huh, we're not allowed to sell those. We could sell the regular spells. But we're not allowed to sell these. Or maybe we're not allowed to sell spells at all. I clearly recall being... You could sell skills. Should be able to sell sorceries and incantations. I wonder if Reforged, the patch, introduced a new bug. Speaking of patches, it's the last thing I'll... And no, not the man patches. Julio, we'll have to get this next time. I just wasn't expecting there to be a new update already, just right off the bat. Anyway, for those of you on YouTube, this is going to be a pretty lonely 5 minutes. For those of you on Twitch, you're going to have 90 seconds of ads to accompany you. Soon I will have to add a disclaimer for Kick and or Trovo. I have not made up my mind on which one yet. Regardless, I take 5-minute breaks just about every hour. So, and I usually get up, stretch my legs. I'm not at my keyboard, but that doesn't mean... that does not mean that I don't see your message. I'll probably try to start keeping my phone on me during breaks so that I can see... maybe keep all the dashboards on so I can see those messages. Anyway, I've been gabbing too long already. Thank you guys so much for watching so far, and I'll see you after this short commercial break. Thank you. sorry about that, folks. I am back. I ended up getting caught having to converse with my folks in the house, so that is exactly what I did. I want to thank everybody so much for watching up to this point. Really, truly appreciate it. I want to take a minute and just kind of talk about the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. Now, I do have a possible second house-sitting client, and I may be getting money that I could put toward this, but I don't want to bring everyone's hopes up yet. I am trying to raise money for the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC so I can buy it when it comes out. It's $40, and I have to account for shipping and or tax. Well, not shipping, but like I have to account for the digital tax and everything, so I appreciate any help with this. That's what the donation incentive on the screen is for. There was no good place to put it on the overlay, and I'd have to find a spot to put it. And so I've just opted to put that in the intermission. I think it keeps it out of everyone's hair, but I might put a timer, like I might come up with a timer mentioning the or maybe a command. I don't know about a timer. That might be a bit overbearing, but a command that explains, hey, I'm raising money for this and appreciate any donations. All your donations go toward that. And pretty much all the donations I ever ask of people come right from or go right toward equipment. That's what I wanted to say. Goes right towards equipment. I thank anybody who puts money toward that. But if not, what will help me about just as much is, following, subscribing, the free things you could do on YouTube and Twitch. But also more importantly, liking the VOD when it comes out, sharing the VOD, let people know, hey, I do this every day, Monday to Friday, from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. each day. Just get the word out there. I am trying to network, but it takes time to network with people. You can't just say, hi, I'm a streamer, and, start exchanging, content creation stories or anything like that. That disarms a lot of people or turns them off. Also, we can move on to the next split. We've killed that particular boss. Let's go to the Morn Rampart. We're going to grab the map fragment and then move on with our lives. Oh, right. Map fragment, and then what we actually need to do is make another run through the Morn tunnels so we can get some shimmering substance. I have learned my lesson and am not, in fact, going... Oh. Damn you, Archer. Hate you. You're unfun. No, I'm kidding, but I'm being a little bit facetious / sarcastic, but I don't like very much the range improvement on these things. But I get it. And that range has been improved, excuse me. That is a Reforged special. It normally stops just short of the Stell, if I remember correctly. Well, it's all the tiny little changes. Now, before we go to the next boss, I do think it might be worth farming some shimmering substance. We might as well do that in here. It's just going to be a couple of trips back and forth into the basement. Oh, it'll only be a minor inconvenience. Nice, nice. Love that for me. I know there's crackling stone up there. Actually, there is not. Never mind. It is an explosive stone clump, though. Well, that is an enemy drop, I should say that. Okay. Farming. Maybe we ought to put, like, notes about the enemy farms and everything. Here's another one. Nice. Gonna move around so we can more... You scared the fuck out of me, I'm not gonna lie. He was ready to...
Oh, Erdtree, grant me suck!
Yeah, he was coming down that hallway ready to give us the suck with his feet. And we said, no. Absolutely not. Nice. Extra nice. Oh, beautiful. Love that. Oh, you're gonna make this annoying, aren't you? That's fine. I'll just circle around a different way. Maybe do it like this. Damn you! Nice. Extra nice. Goodbye. All I wanted was to just put an end to that. Alright, let's see. Let's get the free aim over with. Beautiful. Awesome. Love that for me. Frick. Stop. I never do talk enough about these R2s. The R2s, or the heavy attacks on catalysts, are all custom made heavy attacks. And they have various properties. The finger seal shoots down holy beams of light in a small area. Or like in a targeted area around whoever you're locked onto. This here does a claw swipe and shoots out flame in a cone, dealing fire damage. It's a very nice. It's a very nice heavy attack. I don't want to have to farm signs for a little while, as the only reason I'm engaging in this farm in the first place. I would not be doing it otherwise. Okay, and this should be the bottom end, so make sure we don't miss any cracked crystal then. Why else would I go out of my way to kill everything if I weren't interested in all of the cracked crystal this place has to offer? I would have gone back to the Limgrave tunnels if I were that desperate for a quick, easy cracked crystal. Once we get to Liurnia, our problems should go away for a little while. Not completely, but again, our resource problems should kind of loosen up. See if I can get this free aim. Not exactly too high. Still too high. Too low. That only took way too many spell casts to get right. The ones carrying cracked crystal can sometimes drop it. That's also kind of good to know. Get up. Or don't. Your choice. Okay, then we just have the main area before we get to the boss's room again. And once we get to the boss's room, there shouldn't be any cracked crystal, and we can go ahead and grind up what we need. You know, I'd like to think that among the tools, the crafting tools, are just a mortar and pestle. Let's see. What is the icon for this again? Oh, it includes a mortar and pestle. I'd like to think that's 90% of what you're doing is just grinding up dust and powders and everything. See, there's another cracked crystal. Maybe we'll get high enough arcane that we could even get 2 on a repeat run, if necessary. Oh, we already came out this way. Ah, we do get 2 sometimes on a good pull. That's lucky. And another 2, and another 2, and that. Oh, motion array. I do so hate that targeted advertising. I get sent ones for Augusta University. I get sent ones for Piedmont. And because I'm a content creator, you know, I'm like, make quick and easy videos. Just add dancing pickles on the screen, or colors that flash at you in various different hues. And is that what video creation is to the outside world? It's just a bunch of stuff being flashed at you, or people asking for money. I mean, the asking for money part is true, but come on, just things don't have to be this way. This would be south of the lookout tower. That's kind of what we want. And then we'll grind everything up. I think we will have enough signs for a while. How do the rest of you feel about stuff like Motion Array? MotionArray.com, hashtag not sponsored. Just... Motion Array has like 3 different adverts, and I have seen most of them. I am heading back and not going that way. In fact, we should probably just kind of, let's reset. Can we level up? Sure can. We've got our mind where we want it.
Your ambitions.
Let's start getting our dexterity up. I'd like to cast faster, you know? Yeah, we got the Erd Tree avatar. We've got the correct boss on the screen. We just have to not... Yes, demi-humans, I know. I know. You are just doing God's honest work and protecting your land and shepherding your people. I have no interest in fighting you. Just gonna check and make sure there aren't any hidden in the shadows. Kurtifer loves to do that. All right. I know we have the Erd Tree Guardians that we, or yeah, the Tree Guardians we can, you are definitely getting a black flame to the face. Oh, I'm sorry, they're just called Guardians instead. Try not to spend too much FP fighting these. if at all possible. Granted, it may not always be possible. Sometimes you might have to spend FP on things you don't want to. That's the, you know, the challenge run courtesy in Soulsborne games is sometimes you have to give up resources to stay alive. What about over here? Do we... No, but this is good top, like a view on the... A good bird's eye view on the ruins below. That's what I wanted to say. Sometimes I just scramble sentences in my brain and I forget to say them. Or I say something really weird instead. I try my best not to do that, but... There's no fighting the touch of the tism. If you've got it, you're gonna constantly lose your words. And memory issues just get so much worse as you get older. That isn't to say there aren't exceptions or anything, just... I'm fighting that memory loss a little bit harder than I was expecting to growing up. No one really tells you that you're going to be forgetful. It's just something you... It's something you stumble into and just have to accept. And anyone who attempts to fight it does so with a good diet, healthy exercise, and... You know, learning not to stress out as you literally kill brain cells doing it. Just making sure there aren't rune pieces over in this general direction. Oh look, a rune piece in that general direction. I don't think we're going to be able to get that one. No, maybe we can. This isn't that bad of a drop. So what do you guys think about, you know, brain fatigue, brain fog, memory loss? Have any of you guys just experienced that any time in your lifetime? I have to be extra careful. I think the only way for me to go now is to drop down. I have to be careful. Just kind of trying to stay back. You are an awful animal. Die. I don't want it to happen to me. You know, the memory loss. But it's going to. And maybe I shouldn't say memory loss. It's more like you lose some ability to access your long-term memory over time, and that's a scary thing. I wonder how much of myself am I going to forget because I'm too old. Like a real big worry of mine. That by the time I reach 50, I'll have forgotten the first 25 years of my life, or something stupid, or I'll barely get flashing images instead. I'll barely be able to imagine what that early part of my life is like, because it's all kind of been a haze. Because I don't have the typical landmarks that people have at this age. Like, I'm 30. I should be married by now. I should have kids. I should be siring children. And well on my way to living a small house with my significant other with some pets and kids. That's not happening for me. If I want to make it happen, I've got to just suck it up and live in pain for 20 years before I can even think about it. And I think because most of my life is a blur like this, I'm just not gonna have much to remember. Like, I'm kind of a nothing and a nobody for that reason. I haven't impacted anyone's life in any meaningful way. And, you know, my family is going to be the first ones to come out and say, it's such a lie, it's not even funny. Do you hear yourself? Do you hear people? Do you hear yourself? I do. But being a positive impact for family members is it's not enough. And it's something that everyone can say. And because everyone says it, it's worthless. It's a number. It's another number to add to the statistics. Yeah, everyone affects their family in some way. Congratulations. It's the same thing everybody does. When everybody does it, it's the same as saying nobody does it. Because it's implied, it's expected.
Shall I shed? In Marika then return to Grost.
I want to do something that's not expected, not implied. I may not get to that my entire life, of course, but I have to at least make the good solid attempt. I'm sorry, you guys didn't come to listen to me and deal with my insecurities. You came to watch me kick butt or get my butt kicked by various bosses, and we're gonna do just that. But that is the kind of stuff that keeps me awake at night. You know, what do I amount to? If I were to step outside myself and try to insert myself into history, would I just be not even worth a word in a history book? Would I not be worth anything in the long term? Would I have no meaning to society? Could I be discarded? And the answer to that question is probably yes. And I'm not okay with that. Because so many of my peers aren't people you can freely discard. I am, right now in my life, I am the type of person that environmentalists talk about, and elites talk about getting rid of. I'm unwanted chaff. I am the carbon that the elites and the environmentalists seek to reduce because my life has no extrinsic value. It has plenty of intrinsic value as like life itself, but what does that matter? Our world is destabilizing before our very eyes, and what skill set do I have? I can work in a lab as long as I'm provided decent instruction. It's not good for lab work, by the way. You want to be able to, yes, there are plenty of instructions, but usually they're protocols on things and not, oh, this is the process for how to do this or that. You don't want to be doing that as a scientist of any kind. Kind of thing that AI and robotic factories are doing. I think that's another thing. It's just, I hate to say this, and while life always has intrinsic meaning, I think with the advent of AI, humanity's worth starts to lose a lot of extrinsic meaning because, oh, an AI can do it, a machine can do it. Like, first it's robotics, now it's AI. You put the robots and the AI together, and you get a sentient species. Oh, just about. You get synthetic life that can make itself. We're not that far from becoming Quarians from Mass Effect, because that's what's going to happen. And we'll have no way and no place to go when it happens. We'll die. But because of being just 2 screws short of making sentient life, the extrinsic value of human lives relative to themselves and to each other in a resource-intensive system like capitalism or even socialism, anything with money in it, and Why hire a human when you could do it yourself? And with machines and technology, you don't need the touch of another human. Like, and the good that the AI can do, the good that robotics and AI will be able to do will not outweigh the bad, will not outweigh the crimes. We're slowly breaking down trust across the human species. And when we can't trust each other because nothing is real, nothing is authentic, then we'll die out. And it'll be deserved. We'll have brought it on ourselves. Okay, so now this is the part where I'll explain. I didn't do it the first time. Generally, on boss fights, I don't talk a whole bunch. I'll acknowledge just statements, but I'll typically say, give me a moment, I need to finish this fight. Things like that. But I promise as soon as the fight's over, or I'm dead, I will acknowledge your sentence. Guaranteed. With that, though, I will let you guys get to fighting. I wonder how this is going to work with enemies. Do I do this? I don't normally need to do it, but I'm willing to try. Wow. The summons made that fight a joke. I don't know how to feel about that. The summons made that fight a joke. I'm not kidding. Thank you, puppies, for all your help. Much appreciated. I feel like I should ignore summons for that fight because it removes the spectacle of the thing. It becomes, yes, I can mob the Erdtree avatar. Good job. That's kind of what it is. It's not, nobody should be made fun of or told they're less than because they're using a game mechanic provided to them by FromSoft. But I will say, if you're trying to entertain, summoning spirits is fun for like the first 5 minutes or the first 10 times, and then after that it kind of loses its meaning, you know? Nice. That shoulder tackle was a mistake, friend. If you just kept using your spear, my attacks would not have found their purchase. But they did. Anyway, that is an easy death. Now I have the demi-human queen. We're not going to get to right this second. I hate breaking up a good lullaby sesh, but gotta happen. Yeah. Please tell me we have a bolus or the ability to make them. We do not. That's fine. We can't outlast it, though. We will die to this poison. We don't figure out other things to do. Like that. Like, just keep killing groups of enemies and you'll probably outlive the poison. Probably. Maybe. Eventually. Perhaps. Or no, not really. Okay. Yes, I do feel I need to poke around here and try to get rune pieces. At least one. Is there one up here? No, but you feel like there should be. Alright, we know that these guys are gonna come up here. Let's just gear up and get ready for them. That's one of you. That's two of you. Where's the third? You know they're around somewhere. Just gotta find out where. Ah, yes, we're up here. Is there a rune piece up here? No, but there is one down there. That's good to know. We'll definitely get that one when we make the trip up here. And we will be making the trip up here at least once. For rune pieces. Definitely for rune piece purposes. Like collectibles. Gotta have them. Okay, the operatic bat was most likely the rune piece. Was most likely guarding the rune piece for this area. And that's fine. That should give us a little more of an extension on life. That it? It's everything? You never really know with the rune pieces where you're gonna find them. It's crazy that you could find them just any old place, anywhere. On the bits of random terrain that are out there, underneath the bridge, you know, guarded by enemies, you know, between three random trees. Lots of things, lots of places to find these rune pieces. There another one up here? You could just barely make this jump. It feels like there should be, but there ain't. There just isn't. I think we're good here. If there's a rune piece inside one of these jars, you know, I guess it could be worthwhile to kite the, Erdtree avatar around for a little bit to try to get all of those, but okay, and then we've got there are a couple places underneath these areas that have rune pieces on them. There's all the bridge-like areas over here. Gotta be careful, don't want to die to random bullshit. That is probably a good way to get yourself killed. Turn around. And we should start making our way back toward the demi-human queen. We've gone too far without killing a boss. Too long, even. Perhaps both. I know there's one on top of... I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, clever girl. maybe I'll have a soundboard as prolific as Jim Davis or someone else, some of the other more prominent creators out there eventually. I guess I've kind of started the journey on that. I did not think I would possess a real soundboard, but I do now. Is it good? No. No, not really, but it's something at least. And that's more than I could say a year ago. I had no intentions of a soundboard. I kind of thought it was memey, junky, but I could kind of see how soundboards are fun to use, especially if you know which one to use. The only thing that sucks about my setup is that I can't currently hear when I use a soundboard, so if something happens with the sound on these, I wouldn't know. I definitely would not know if something's wrong, as these headphones are not in any way linked to these headphones. And if I link them up so that you guys are hearing or that I'm hearing what's coming over from that computer, the streaming one, you guys are going to hear echoes, because then it'll come in on the capture card, and the capture card is routed in on the computer. I don't want that. It's kind of it's a very jank setup, I have to say. It is a very, very janky setup, and I long for the day where I can simplify it by just getting an internal capture card or something along those lines. Something to make my life much easier. But I have to actually have a job, or, you know, be able to make money some other way first. That's gotta happen. Just double checking, making sure that there aren't rude pieces hanging out underneath the cliffside or anything like that. Over here would be an especially good spot to leave one of these green pieces at. Over here with the rock trail would be another place to find one. Let's check this out. I think I might have actually collected this particular rune piece. Yeah, I almost want to say there was a rune piece over there, and I just already collected it. Let's keep moving. If not, people should take notes. It's a great place to put one. Okay, so we're back up toward the church area. We're back up toward the church area, which is good. Now we're gonna go over here. I'm trying to make some progress. I know, progress. And try to get ourselves set up in a good position for dealing with Demi-Human Queen Married, is it? I think the name is Married. I remember asking Kernifer about this, like, just directly. Or, like, I asked the Discord and Kernifer was the one to, No, Kernifer helped, but I think Evidian might have been the one to reply first regarding the name. Of which I'm super thankful for. I'm glad that Team Reforged is still at least somewhat open to direct communications and they're not completely insular. I would hate for the insularity to become the normal, but I know it has to happen eventually, or else the mod is just never finished. Because everyone is constantly piling in hundreds of contributions that Reforged considers in its feature lineup. Like, at some point the mod just has to be finished. But that probably ain't happening until after the DLC. Gotta be careful. Can aim this just right. This is going to take a hot minute. Because we essentially gotta... Oh, damn, I didn't think the death of a member of your crowd would hit you that hard, married. I guess you must really... I guess for demi-humans, breaking things must be a real sign of showing people you care. Hey, wait. I'm gonna be extra patient with this. Gotta aim up a little bit more. So that should be the 2 on that side. So it would just be the 3 on the other side. And of course we gotta wait for them to reset again. I'm being very, very, very quiet about this part. Is there a way for us to get one of these? Yep, think so. Damn, woman! Stop breaking your house! She's a brick house. And the only one for me. Oh, well, shit. Damn, woman. Stop. I know you're brick house and all, but come on. Stop going over this way. There's nothing and no one here. Yeah, relax, lady. We're just trying to kill all your little dudes. Hey there, Bippy Bo. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, I realize now that, you know, with no context, I am very much the bad guy here, and she has every right to be upset about the fact that something or someone is killing all her little dudes. Yeah, it is funny. It is pretty funny. I realize I could just be, you know, attacking them outright, but I think this is gonna save us a lot of agony in the long run. Don't go over this way. Gotta get the distance right. If my summons only have to deal with 1 and or 2 of these guys at a time, that'll make this fight will be way better because of that. Now that I've said the whole brick house thing, I have to get that on soundboard, because one of the most common things that Reforged, or not even just Reforged, but vanilla bosses that are larger than life like to do is break things. They love to destroy their environment. Yeah, you want to come over this way now? Go right ahead. Be my guest. You'll be just my type. I'm kind of a Rolodex of these short things, really, truly. Talk about the trick shots. Now, if you'll stay right there, I tell you, if I get these free aims down, hitless is going to be much easier, because instead of trying to contend with the boss and all her little ads, we'll only have one or two. The boss fight will only be a little bit hectic, instead of very hectic. Okay. How do I want to approach this? Where's the other one? Are they literally right? Are they literally hugging her? Aw, enough of your dudes are dead that you're turning to your queen for comfort and safety. Landing free games are super satisfying, so satisfying. Yeah, it's a trick that I picked up from Couch Jockey. Before I never really. Not only was I terrible at free games, I didn't really see them as necessary, as that wasn't really how the game was intended to be played. The intention is definitely to lock onto your targets, but after watching Couch Jockey, the father of spell-based no-hit runs, I picked up the skill, and it is pretty satisfying to get right, especially in challenge runs like these, where, you know, I realize the Deathless runs are quite low, or lower stakes, but it's still just as important, because a lot of these skills will transfer over to a challenge run where the stakes are just higher. And you guys are... Oh, okay. Yep, that's one of them. If I can get... Can I get this free aim? Maybe. But I have to be mega quick to get behind cover. I don't think I'm terrible at free aims, but... Well, okay, I just talked about how I sucked at them. Now I'm going to turn around and say I'm not terrible with them. I should say it's a skill I'm rusty at. It's something I did in the Dark Spells only New Game Plus Dark Souls 3 challenge run. With some degree of success. But it was always a 50-50 for me. I was never quite that good. Okay, you're over there. If I can stay behind cover, I might be able to get that one. And then I'll deal with the two that are right there. If only we had alluring skulls. I know we have the, what is it, the beast lure pots? And I know there's like, I think I have a bewitching branch as well. Yes, we picked up 3 bewitching branches. I'm not sure I want to spend a bewitching branch on this fight, because Queen Married already kills her own anyway, and she would just do it easier, but worth knowing that that's at least possible. And yeah, I thought that would probably happen. Dealing with 1 or 2 of them is not quite as bad as dealing with 3 or 4. Okay, is there anyone else? No, it's literally just her. Alright. Nope, there's a second one. Alright. Damn you. And of course there would be a follow-through pulling attack on that. I don't have the Spirit Wolf summons available. Those are already spent. But I do have the Spirit Jellyfish. Or, okay. There wasn't enough space. That's what there was. Wow! Damn, woman! Calm it down! And this gives real meaning to being underneath someone's legs, like big time. Go ahead and drink up. Should go ahead as soon as I can get some kind of purchase. There we go. Perfect. Good. That was a little touch and go right at the start there. And I also had to adapt to the fact that my usual summon of choice, of course the demi-human squad is preferred. Like, as soon as you can build them up to like on an equivalent level to your lone wolves, they get a little bit better. But having to adapt with the spirit jellyfish is part of what gives that run, what gives runs like this just the spectacle, right? That's what we're here for. Yeah, that's what the audience, the viewership is here for, is the spectacle of the thing. We're gonna unlock the ruins, head inside, and we're going to take a little bit of a commercial break. For those of you on Twitch anyway. For YouTube, again, this will be the loneliest of 5 minutes that I think you'll ever have. I'm still torn between Trovo and Kick. I'm doing my research on the third platform I want to multi-stream to, and I'm not sure what I want to... I'm not sure the platform I'm going to pick yet. Like, obviously, Trovo is just the more conscionable choice, but Trovo is smaller than Kick as a platform, just straight up. You scared me, Jellyfish. I don't... What the heck, and I can't dismiss either. It should not be happening. This should have dissipated by now. Hello. I would call this, clip time. The very definition of clip time. Clip that. Which never works from the stream manager because... why not? I hate to ask this, but would someone mind taking a clip of this? I do have the stream manager going, but there's no guarantee that I'm gonna get this clipped, like, at all. Because it tends to, the stream manager tends to just sit on the clip once I've pressed the button and it doesn't want to do anything else. I'm gonna check the Twitch panel, like the stream manager, make sure that there's a clip being processed, but this will just take a second. Like, if I could spell correctly. Stream manager. This is what I'm looking for. Let's check out clips. Get started. No, I don't need a tutorial. Yeah, okay, I got the clip. Sorry about that, guys. I just had to double check that. Make sure that we actually got the clip. It's still processing, so this is my clip for the day. Looks like I can get a command of that. I might try to make a command of that. I'll have to look. Anyway. With our glitchy jellyfish friend, we're gonna take a break. You guys can have something to look at these next 5 minutes. And I will try to make this one 5 minutes this time. And hopefully not get caught up in extra conversations. In either case, when we come back, I have a little bit of, like, chilling to do. Content creator things. And then we'll get back to, we'll get back to some good old honest Deathless routing. See you guys after the commercial break. Thank you so much for stopping by, hanging out, or just having me in the background. Much appreciated. See you guys after the commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully I have not been gone more than 5 minutes, and if I have, hopefully not significantly longer than 5 minutes. I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody so much for stopping by or hanging out or having me in the background, just, you know, consuming the content in any way possible. I appreciate that. If you guys like the content, or you like me, or maybe you like Elden Ring or Elden Ring Reforged and you want to see more of it, definitely consider leaving a follow. Definitely consider subscribing on YouTube. Liking the video, liking the VOD when it finishes. Like, those are easy ways to help me for free. That cost you only time to do. I very much appreciate that expenditure of time. Maybe consider sharing the videos. Like to your family or friends or people you think would really enjoy Elden Ring Reforged. I am trying to make this kind of a thing I do on the side along with everything else. And notoriety can only help in that regard. For following, you get access to 5 emotes. Following is a Twitch thing, by the way, just for people who aren't aware of the vernacular. That is a Twitch thing. You get emotes. You get 5 of them. And I'm amazed that this jellyfish is still here, man. I know I dismissed it, or I thought I had dismissed it. Maybe I never did. Let me get back to the boss area. Nah, you just straight up can't unsummon this thing. I hope there's not a permanent spirit jellyfish. Let's walk out of the area then. That should fix it now. You know, if you want to watch content, maybe that's more your speed. Maybe you can't make it to the stream. That's also fine. I have a YouTube channel, Swirling Vortex 09, and I'm putting together a Let's Play that's a Let's Play, kind of a walkthrough, a bit of a deep dive here and there. I would really appreciate any views on that. Those always help. You could get to it from the link tree. There's also a YouTube panel in the About Me section on Twitch that you could use to get there. If you're on YouTube, just go to the channel. You know right where it is. Trying to think if there's any other shilling I want to get done and out of the way. I think I'm good. Like, just... I make content. I make a lot of content with Elden Ring Reforged, and I would appreciate any help I get with it. But also, I realize this world is unstable. People are busy. They don't have time to, you know, watch someone, like, committedly all the time. No one has that type of time. And if they do, oh, they're either in a boat like myself, they just happen to be off from work and are looking to sort of de-stress in that way. Or, you know, they're a content creator like myself, and everyone's time is tied up. I get that. Money is even more so tied up than ever before. I try to be super conscientious of when I ask for, you know, when I ask for people to consider subbing or donating or tipping or what have you. I'm super thankful to anyone who does that, but it's definitely not a hard requirement. How do you think they could balance a Black Flame themed generator spell? Good question. I have to turn on my creative brain for a second. That's in the Earthbore Cave, and I want to forget that. Black generator. It'd have to be something similar to like a Swift Glintstone Dart. Maybe you make it called Black Flame Wisp, or something along those lines. And it's kind of a quick. It doesn't deal much damage, but it can rack up the Black Flame dot pretty quickly. And maybe it would generate slightly less FP because of the nature of the spell, in that it racks damage quickly. I get that the fire generators are melee, are melee oriented or close range. I get that. But I don't think Black Flame, like if we made a carbon copy of Catch Flame, that would be kind of lazy. You want the spell to be unique in some way. I think it would be hard to make a Black Flame generator and not have it step on the toes of Flame Monks or Giant's Flame or what have you. But if I were to make one, I'd probably make it similar to Swift Glintstone Darts. Make it deal really small damage and have less FP restored on hit compared to other generators in exchange for a quick spell. That is probably how I would do it. I guess it's kind of the convergence approach to making a spell. And I think about what I want that spell, what I want in a generator, and then design the spell around that. I think a better person to probably ask that question would be someone like, I don't know, see maybe Braballs or Great Mighty Poe. They might have a better idea of how to make it immediately Reforged compatible. I think my idea would work, just not Reforged compatible. Where most Black Flame like practitioners wield a giant sword, and so having them fire these small little darts is not really something that makes a whole lot of sense. Give me just a second, guys. Alright, I'm going to do my best to try to tamp it down. I am next door to my stepmother, who is trying to sleep. Hopefully I'm still coming in loud and clear for everybody. I know, when I get excited about things, I tend to get extra loud. It's just a feature of mine. Right, I'm doing the Stormwind Shuffle. Let me not do that. We want to be heading toward Earthport Cave, and that's somewhere over here. Well, Bibby Bo, if you don't mind, let me try to flip that question around on you. If you were to come up with a Black Flame generator, what would you do to make it balanced? What form would it take? Get as descriptive as you feel you need to. I don't mind reading paragraphs. Or I guess strings of short sentences. It would just take me a second to keep up. That's all. I'm dead. I made a careless jump. So stupid. Although I could still die to the rune bear anyway. We're gonna have to get back our runes if we would like our stat boost back. Oh, that's why it wouldn't let me. I'm in combat. Let's get not in combat. Let's reset. Because I think with that kind of spell family, at least for me, I think of like flame wisps. Something just small, distinct, out of the way, subtle. Like, you don't want like heavy spells as generators. You want the name and the theme to kind of imply that it's not super powerful. I think something similar to like what you were saying. You wouldn't want it to just be a better Catch Flame. Yeah. Or even the same mechanically as Catch Flame. You want it to be special. And I think that touches on what Evidian, I think in particular, was the one who said something that we want the spells to be unique. We don't want them to fill the same niche or create a carbon copy of Catch Flame. That kind of spell design can belong to Convergence, Team Convergence, who makes that work, and it makes a lot of sense in their mod. Here, you'd also have to figure out a way to tie it to the style of the Godskins or the Black Flame Monks or something along those lines, and that makes it hard to come up with spells, especially generators. I think generators are probably the most difficult spell class to design in Reforged because you just have to be so subdued with it and unique and fit in all the other bells and whistles that come with a new spell all at once. And that's kind of difficult. Kind of difficult to do. And it really, having to think about it for even a small section of time, just a few seconds, should make anyone appreciate just how hard it is to make custom spells, especially if you are self-imposing a whole bunch of restrictions, a whole bunch of extra pop-up with it. Yeah, you can't make it a generator too good, but you still want it to fit its purpose. Exactly. Exactly. The one that I'm really curious, or maybe a kind of spell that I would be really curious to see if it works in Elden Ring without breaking too much is, in Dark Souls 3, there was a spell that put out an emitter, and the emitter spit out flame every which way. I don't remember the name of the spell. I do know it's the DLC spell from Dark Souls 3, the Ashes of Ariandel DLC. I know where it is. Just forget the name. I wonder if something like that would work in Elden Ring. I wonder if anyone's made a spell like that, or something close. It's something that's very good in one-on-one fights, but something that's too clunky to make work in like more hectic encounters, let's say, like 2, 3, 4 enemies, something that's very difficult to use against a group of people. I don't know what that lighting was. I feel ready to sneeze. I'm doing my best to suppress it, but I might have to mute the mic for a second if I think a sneeze is coming. And I would say the same is true of the other generators. Like, it probably took a lot of thinking to think about, Golden Star, which, just real talk for a second, Gold Star is probably one of my favorite generators. I happen to like long-range spells, and Gold Star, or Golden Star, is one of the longest ones that's out there. It's a really safe generator. And I think it's really unique because of the fact that it has certain things about it that set it apart from other generator spells out there. If I were doing a holy spells only run, I would definitely go out of my way to get Golden Star, because it's that good. It's slow. There are things about it that aren't quite as good, but I think the positives outweigh the negatives. It even has excellent tracking, which is not something you could say about a whole bunch of other generators, like the tracking. I was not wanting to cast that spell. I don't know, I guess, what is everyone's favorite class of spell? And when I say class, I guess I'll break it down by elemental damage type. So, do you think the best spells belong to, actually, I can make a poll out of this, but I'll finish the question first. Do you think the best spells belong to, the holy spells, fire spells, magic spells, or, lightning spells? And I'll put that into a poll. Here is my poll manager. Manage poll. New poll. Come on, coin, make sure you got good punctuation. And we'll make this poll last 10 minutes. Start, and I'll put my answer in. I think among all these, my bias will get the best of me on the voting. Alright, we can get back to that. I want to try to put up more polls as like a form of engagement. I think they're a good way of asking basic questions without asking them 10,000 times, or getting into unrelated diatribes about each answer. It's a way of focusing conversations. I guess a good way I want to frame it. Okay, where is our lovely friend? Oh, I have to be careful. Did we go back and get that rune piece? The rune piece up here? Gonna find out real quick. Want to make sure I'm not missing anything. We're 55% of the way there already to the 200 rune pieces, so I want to make sure we're not missing any. Okay, I think we're good here. There's kind of only one way to go. You're kind of funneled toward the rune bear. And rune bears, they're just not my cup of tea. I don't like them or anything, but I don't dislike them either. They're just an arduous enemy type to have to deal with. That's all. Yeah. I'll see you guys on the other side of this boss fight. Because the rune bear is just always a rough ride for me. Nice. Oh, right, I didn't need to mark this boss. We already marked the rune bear from one of the other, ruins. In fact, it was this one. The Mistwood ruins. What a shame. That's a wasted mark. It's gonna be stuff like that that makes us have to grind more than necessary. Really and truly. I think we're good here. I thought there might have been a rune piece. And this would have been the room to hide one, but I guess not. Alright. Where to next? The Tombsford Catacombs. Okay. We could get there. That's a pretty easy pickup. And we could pick up the rune piece above it along the way there. So,
Share them with
how do you guys think the beginning of the run is like shaping up? I feel pretty confident in the way that it's working out, where we have an incredible amount of arcane in the beginning, and it can only get better from there. We pretty much have like the beginning stats are going to be working with, and the only thing that we would have to really do is just make sure we maintain a minimum amount of vigor up to a certain point, a minimum amount of mind, a little bit of stamina, but the rest of our stats are kind of, I wouldn't say they are where they're going to be. Obviously we want our arcane to be as high as possible, but I think the beginning of the run is shaping up quite nicely. I just have to work on the speed of the whole thing. Like, this is day number 4 on attempt number, like, 7, and we're already back. I should say we're already back. We're still here at the early portion. I think it'll get faster as I, you know, maybe hunker down and talk less. Which I know is kind of a death knell for any kind of content creation, but that's just the truth of it. If I want to, if I like to get this done quicker, I can't afford to stop and talk about unnecessary things. Where is this rune piece? It's over here, right? And I think there might be another one in the cluster of trees, if I remember correctly. At least I thought I remembered there being one. I must be misremembering things. How's our poll going so far? I will remind folks that there is still a poll if you'd like to answer it. You have plenty of time. Of course, you don't have to, but the poll does give us stuff to talk about, if nothing else. Where is this? Not back here. It's a little... Yep, here, there it is. And we found the rune piece I was looking for. I just didn't go out far enough. One. And there's 2. Only, 100... or not 100, but only 88 of them left to go. But hello. Random fog wall? Alright. I'm keeping myself hydrated with apple juice. It's not the best thing for you. Obviously that's water, but... water is so boring. It's such a crucial part of life, but it's so boring to drink. I feel like I have to have something else. And apples have plenty of liquid inside, you just gotta pulverize it out of them first. Right, we don't need to level up, and we don't need to sub out a spell. Now, this is the part where I get to demonstrate this. If we type in exclamation mark deroute, which I'll do right now, we have access to the note that I take. Goody. Oh, Kernifer, I do not envy your, I do not envy your job whatsoever. I'll have to recompile the, or I'll have to redo the mod after today. But, that link gives you access to the route note. And if we look, right here, this is all the notes that I've taken, regarding, like, anything specific, in the route that we have to deal with. Yep. Tombs Ward Catacombs. Avoid using Stone Sword Key. Only has Pneumatic Warriors Cookbook number 9. And it's not even... it doesn't even have, like, the boluses or anything. I think it's just, like, oh, I can't remember. But if you guys want... Cookbook, not 10. Help if I clicked on the right thing. Rancor pots, which, okay, that's like the beast lure pots. They're kind of useful, but we don't need rancor pots, not immediately anyway. I don't want to spend the stone sword key on this unless I have to. And we do not have to. But Tombstone Catacombs is... Oh, yeah, and the poll has ended. And as expected, I don't need to view the results. We could do that here. The best allotment of spells, lightning spells. And that's just because I'm a lightning spell junkie. I love being able to conjure storms or rain or water or... Yes, I'm a storm mage through and through, and I think a lot of my reasoning for that answer outside of bias comes from like Honed Bolt and how unique it is, or you know, Lightning Spear working really well in close quarters, or you know, having access to the death and frost status effects, death and frostbite. Not too many, and also lightning spells work really well in the rain. What can I say? You can have your pina colada and walk in the rain and listen to the sounds of lightning striking, or the sounds of thunder as lightning strikes the ground. 10 points to anyone who gets the song reference. Really popular song. I would sure hope you could get the reference. Seeing as how the literal cash cow that is Shrek also uses the song. I don't think we can free aim these guys. We can try, but we're gonna be fighting, you know, skeletons every step of the way on that. Yeah, I like it when you guys stagger. I don't like it when you pull out your arrows and stab me with them and have hyper armor. I thought I'd killed you. Guess not. See there, I think this would have been a decent spot. Maybe not, it would have been an easy rune piece, but you know, come on, having one in the planter, that's just picturesque. I think it would work very well, but then again, maybe that's how I am regarding rune pieces, is I like them out in the open and have them ask the evocative question of how did they get there, you know? I don't like having to parkour for them. Right. This is the part where we gotta get out our handy-dandy throwing daggers. And try not to die. This is like the only real tricky part in this dungeon, is just the flame pillars. So tricksy. They're very tricksy. We're gonna have to wait again. I'm so lucky that that actually worked. Okay. We got that guy up there. We've got this one here, too. Now, are you up there? No. That appears to be a proximity trigger, which is good. What we want to do is come over here like this, grab the Ghost Glovewort, and get out of here. Okay, I know one of them is like lurking around somewhere down there. Or at least I thought it did. Two of them. And I think we took out the rest with the flame pillar. I was hoping to get them all, but that apparently didn't work. Another to add to my collection. Oh, how insert the meme of X collector from Y video game here with Z voice line. Nice. Oh, this archer's gonna be very infuriating. You get to die. Today, Archer. Was there a second rune piece in here? I have a tough time remembering. I don't think so. If it is, it'd be under, like, these things. So maybe since it's like the, you know, the bottom of the second hour, we're getting ready to approach the third, I want to tell you guys again that the mod that we're playing through as part of the challenge run is called Elden Ring Reforged, made by Team Reforged, mostly by Kernifer, but there's enough people on at this point that I should start to just attribute it to the whole team. I think that'll avoid ruffling a lot of feathers. This is a super big mod. There are tons of changes in it. There are over 12,000 of them, ranging from lighting to torrent speed to ducking to custom R2s for catalysts. There's just so many little neat things in here. If you ever want to know more about the mod in general, check out the Elden Ring Reforged website. If you want to see any of the extra information without looking at a mod page, I recommend the wiki instead. We do, in fact, have a dedicated wiki, a dedicated Discord, and a pretty lovely group of people just all around. They're nice for the most part. There's always drama. You'll never escape that with any community, but I like to think we do a pretty good job of keeping it tamped down to a minimum. Those resources should help keep you guys company while we knock out this cemetery shade. I will see you guys on the other side of this fog gate. I can't actually escape this. Thank you, Wolfies. Let me get one of my new favorite summons to use. She's very expensive. Her name is Lutel. She's one of the best mausoleum knights ever to exist. She is like my favorite outside of like the Mimic tier. I know. I'm a degenerate Mimic tier enjoyer. What can I say? But Lutella's very good for bosses most of the time. She'll just teleport around, hardly take any damage, and she can even inflict Death Blight if she uses her spear enough. Just great. I love Lutell. And she's definitely worth upgrading. Speaking of upgrades, why don't we go upgrade our lovely spirit? Now, being a renowned Spirit Ash, she is more difficult to upgrade. She requires a different type of material, but she is very worth it, at least in my honest opinion. Yep, see, we have Grave Glovewort and Ghost Glovewort. You need the Ghost Glovewort and way more runes to upgrade her. But having a +3 Lutell is just very good for bosses that allow summons. Really and truly. Let's go back to the Tombsworn Catacombs, which we have managed to do without dying. We were very close to dying, but we didn't die. Next one is Miranda the Blighted Bloom in Tombsworn Cave. That's way in a different direction. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about here. As it rains once again in the lands between. Oh. Yeah, I hate it with the fire spells. I hate the rain. I wish it did something besides just reduce my damage by 10% while I'm outdoors. I get it. It's realistic. And, you know, with lightning spells, I'm gonna wish the rain was around to have its effect. I just wish weather had either a more pronounced role or it didn't do anything. You know? I wish it didn't fuck me over like it does. And, you know, with magic or holy spells, I won't give a shit about the rain. But specifically, fire and lightning. They care about it. One hates it, the other loves it. And I guess the same is true of the enemy. You know, if you have to fight a fire foe, do it outdoors, and make it rain, you know, that would be a lovely set of spells. You know, ones that let you change the weather. Or summon, like, a portable rain cloud or something. Something that let you apply wet status effects. The tertiary status to enemies. I think a lot more could be done with it. Really and truly. I should be looking in the camera more because my tendency is to look over to the YouTube chat. Make sure you're not missing anything. I really would love to have something like Ghost Chat, but for YouTube, and then I could just look into the camera and look over at my game screen when I need to. But alas, such a thing does not exist. Good stretch. Good stretch. Our catacomb is like way off to the left over there. We're gonna grab some other stuff first before we get there. Try to take our break there. Oh, hi. Meanie. Don't interrupt my spell casting. I need a, The Tales games do a pretty good job of this. There's like a quote that I could use. It's like, protect me while I'm casting, or something along those lines. I feel I need one. I'm gonna start really... Now that I've gotten a bit better with making stuff for the soundboard, I'm gonna try to make some really neat things for the soundboard and try my best to use them. Yeah. Also, would anyone happen to know if the Golden Vow affects spell attacks? I don't think it does. Oh, hello, madam. Nice. Ah, screw you. Ma'am, have you ever heard of the concept that spam doesn't work? It's not even good in the sandwiches that you can make with it. Yeah, for those who don't know, for anyone in the continental U.S. South, I think the closest analog might be bologna, which is known everywhere. It's like a meat amalgam. There's a salted square, rounded square version called Spam. And it is literally meat amalgam in like a tin. You pull it out, you cut it up, you fry it on the pan, and you have sandwiches. It's relatively non-perishable. That's one of the things Spam does have going for it, and it's got a high amount of salt. So if you're sodium deficient, like my sibling sometimes is, Spam does have some uses, but the texture is, well, if you don't like processed meat, you're not gonna like Spam very much. I don't. Like at all. I would literally rather have something else. Don't you dare. Oh, you're gonna spam that, are you? I have to be a lot more careful with these when Hitless starts up. But anyone else here either a fan of or heavily dislike spam? I'm in the latter camp. I do not like processed meat. And when I say processed, I don't mean, you know, deli meat, which is also processed. I'm strictly talking about meat amalgam. Pink slime adjacent meat. Yuck. Gross. Disgusting. Get it out of my sight. Ugh. Nasty. But the rest of my folks, including my sibling, swear by it. But I stand by spam. Not, it's great in a tight pinch. It definitely has its uses, but I don't have to like it. I don't have to call... I don't have to pretend to say it's good. I could just say, yeah, it's useful. I'd eat it if... I'd eat it in a pinch. I'd eat it if I was starving. But if I had other choices, I wouldn't touch it. Not even a little bit. And I'm sure there's got to be some food out there that's like that for everybody. We're like, yeah, I'll eat it, but I don't have to like it. Usually you hear this type of thing with vegetables more than you hear it with meat or like meat product. But for me, the thing that, and I like a lot of stuff. I'm not a super picky person when it comes to palates. But one of the things I am picky on is processed food, and I do not like spam. I do not like it. But I get its existence. I get why it's there. It's cheap to make. It fills the hole, and it doesn't leave you hungry. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm taking a quick scour around the coast for rune pieces. Can't let one slip by just because it's in water. Rune pieces, they're dry. Just add water. Oh. Now rune pieces are gonna make me think of like, I don't know, clay or something where you just add water and they stop glowing all of a sudden, and they're perfectly average rock. Right, we want to head over here. We might as well get the sacred tier before we do so. It's going to be that buff in healing is going to be extra nice when it comes to the ancient hero of Zamor. I hope the commentary is at least somewhat entertaining for you. I realize... Oh, shit. Yeah, I know you're here. Well, that is... If you want a double, this is how you get it. We just stunned them or broke their poise twice and killed them. Love that for us. Check for rune pieces, which I don't really spot any. There was one on the beach. There might be one over in this general direction. You just gotta check so many spots to find these things. Not even funny, but let's head to am I a
These namby-pamby
I'm a
tarnished.
namby-pamby tarnished. I am a namby-pamby tarnished who can barely speak a lick of English. I tell you what. I found some clean dialogue on YouTube and turned that into a meme. People will either like it or they won't. I'm hoping people at least like the attempt at some humor, you know? Okay. This is like the 18th time I have had issues trying to locate this catacomb. I am not... Where is this damn thing? I always forget about it. I know it's like over here. Am I not going far enough in this general direction? Yep, that's what it was. I was close. Not far enough in this direction. Whatever. At least we have it now. At least we have the, I'm starting to get the hang of this. I think in the interest of not wanting to disrupt pacing too much, I'm going to go ahead and take the break about 45 seconds early. When we come back, I'll put that tear into the flask and we'll keep moving. For those of you on YouTube, sorry. It'll be a lonely 5 minutes, I guess. For those of you on Twitch, well, I don't know which is worse, the pure silence or 90 seconds of ads, but in either case, I'm going to take a short commercial break and I hope to see you guys when I get back. Thank you very much for sticking with me up to this point, and I'll see you after the break. Thank you. I am back. Sorry about that. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their commercial break. I want to once again thank everybody so much for stopping by and hanging out for any length of time that you have. I really, truly appreciate it. Let's get back to it. Let's try to make our next, solid 55 minutes very strong. Shall we? Alright. So I think there's one rune piece in here, if I recall. On our way to the Miranda Bloom. The Blighted Bloom. Gonna want our Assassin's Approach handy. By the way, I am using the Fortune of the Cleric. Just because there isn't really a lot of, wizard, sorcerer, or I'm sorry. It's just how I've phrased it. We don't have an incantation analog of sorcerer or I'm sorry. It's not the sorcerer, it's not sage, that's what wizard is now. I'm used to the old names. I know them by sorcerer, but I'm blanking on that name. I can't remember. I'll have to look at the fortune. I'll have to look at the fortune menu next time. Nice. I'm glad you can make it. Stop. Now I have to be extra careful. This is where I wish I had the bolus recipes. I do not. So if we get hit with poison, I guess we get hit with poison. Not too much to say about that. Oh. A two for one special. Who doesn't like a 2-for-1 special? Speaking of which, I want to take an opportunity to wish my sibling, Rowan, a very happy early birthday. They will be 29 this year, and we're supposed to be headed out to a sushi and steakhouse place this Saturday. I'm very much looking forward to it. A great deal. And I hope that the future will bring them many more happy years to come. That's my hope, anyway. Let's get up out of that before we get poisoned. We try not to take a lick of poison if I can help it. Okay, we've got the writhing rot mound. Is there another one? I recall there being a second one somewhere nearby. But I mayhaps might have forgotten. Nope, there's a second one right there. Will free aim get it? Maybe. Wow! Screw you, you pink little plant. Yes, very, very thumbs up. Very nice, accurate, free aim. Oh, okay. Hey, you guys want to, take a hit to the face for me? Well, they must have lost interest. Guess we might as well make the most out of our poison status. We'll definitely have to go back and rest up and that. Oh, you're just gonna try to make things difficult for us, huh? Yep. Rot disciples. If you leave them up, they'll get you when they whenever you least expect to. I definitely do not like them as ambushing enemies, and they do, in fact, have a high capacity for ambushes. Just gonna be careful, remain calm, take my time, and not... Oh, hello. And not panic a great deal. So, I can be a very flighty individual when it comes to, you know, games like this, where I'm like, oh god, what do I do, what do I do, what do I do? I become a very big ball of panic very quickly, and because of my tendency to panic, I often feel I sometimes have to what is sentence? I feel I sometimes need to remind myself that, you know, just take a deep breath. Remember that you don't operate very well in a panic, and to just try to keep moving and try not to let things get to me if I at all possible can help it. Because once I do that, then the performance anxiety really, you know, sets in, and it becomes really hard for me to make a good, solid performance on anything, even something incredibly basic. This is not the... Number 8 is not the bolt. It is poison grease. Oh god, not the hiccups. Anything but that. Okay. I'm gonna have to hold my breath for a short 30 seconds and see if that helps. Okay. With hiccups, a reason why hiccups work the way they do is all your breathing is controlled by your phrenic nerve, which sits right where the diaphragmatic plate is. So, where it's attached to your diaphragm. It's got multiple points of attachment. If something causes your phrenic nerve to spaz out or contract uncontrollably, that is where your hiccups come from, is the uncontrolled contractions caused by your phrenic nerve. So what holding your breath does is it applies pressure to the phrenic nerves running along your diaphragm and forces them to be in a certain state. And if it's in a state for long enough, it will relax. That's the idea. That's why people tell you to hold your breath. It's not some get rich or make yourself look stupid fantasy. There's science behind why it works that way. Really, that's the honest truth. Now, we have no healing at all, and we're already at half health. So I am just gonna slink on back to the rest site and not die to I really don't want to be dying to a Miranda Bloom of all things to die to. I think I would probably reset in shame if I did. The death would be that stupid. I don't want to do that. And also, me and my sibling talk about this sometimes. It's one of the more annoying aspects of the routing so far is that, you know, People don't like... Apparently people seem to not like it when I reset multiple times because of a new patch or whatever. So I'm trying not to do that. And I'm trying not to make excuses for a reset. No, you don't get to, you don't get to conjure that poison bolt, thank you very much. That one might cost... Yep, that one's a double. Sure enough. Oh, feels like we're just a little bit closer. I could get it. Oh, it fades out before it gets there. Yuck. Ah, so you do use these spears when in close quarters. That I didn't know that they did that. That's something new. Learn something new every day. Yeah, I could probably talk during this boss. This is a kind of a gimme boss. That's right. Okay. And we get poisoned anyway because it was still on fire. And it emitted the frontal cone of poison. Still marked. Maybe not for that long. I have to remember that we marked these things way earlier. That would have saved me some time during this fight. Okay, Tombsboard Cave. I should probably... Yeah, this is like a full round of poison. Let's not do that. Weeping Everjail. Now we get to one of my least favorite bosses. And that is the Ancient Hero of Zamor. I never liked this thing. It's just got a very annoying moveset. Maybe it's not that I dislike it or anything, just it's very annoying to fight as a spellcaster because it will dodge out of the way. So something like Flame of Frenzy is very useful because it means even if it dodges off to the side, it still gets hit by a couple of the stray shots out of the conal spell. Also, do we have the Stone Sword key for this? We do. Let's move quick before one of these sentinel worms decides to get involved. Alright, now this is really a boss encounter that you guys are not going to see me talk in, so I'll see you guys on the other side of this. Thanks for any good luck in advance. Oh, and I got hit by that. Of course I would. Nice. How did that whiff? Yeah, just kill me. Kill me, kill me. That's fine. Like I said, I'm gonna die to this boss. And you know what? I think what annoyed me was that sideways jump. Like, come on, who jumps to the side in the cone? I was annoyed. Like I said, I don't like this boss. But I don't like it because I can't really fight it super well, and not because it's bad. I actually think it's a super neat boss overall. I have a tough time wrapping my head around it. Now, one of the moves that I will say I dodged pretty damn good was that quick swipe during phase 2. It's happened to me so much that I sort of just get a feel for when it's going to come in, and I duck at a good time, but that is not the norm. The norm is for me to get hit by this thing. I'm gonna make the arc. Do I want to apply it? I guess. The rune arc can help. It can only help, really. Oh, it reflects the... Interesting. I should just die. But I'm not going to. I gotta stop rolling away. That is killing me. Yeah, so that ice storm, I didn't realize it had that property to it. I need to stop rolling away when it does that. I mean, the property makes sense. I just wasn't expecting it. I couldn't even get the mark on it. I don't care. Ancient Heroes Zamor can stay unmarked. I do not care in the slightest. We will get plenty of other other codex entries that could stay unmarked. I was not going to have the damage throughput to mark it, because here's what would have happened. We would have gotten I would have marked it, would have found no opportunities in the 20 seconds to kill that enemy, died, and lost the mark anyway. I know how I would have been that fight. Not good. I mean, it's a bad mindset. I have to get over that, but I think I could be forgiven for not marking an enemy or a frustrating boss once.
Share them with me. Your thoughts.
I mean, I also think I just had too many spells prepared that fight, and I just didn't need all of them. Me shuffling around for spells definitely contributed to at least, multiple frustrating points of... Sorry. Cycling through too many spells contributed to multiple points of frustration and a lot of the death, or the death that happened. I cycled through, cast a bad spell, then jumped sideways apparently and died. And cycling through spells definitely didn't help there. So I think what I need to do is take a note for my own sanity, so I don't forget. That says, make sure to prepare the Tombsword Catacombs. Yep, this note will be right after it. In the Weeping Ever Jail. Okay, I've taken the note. We've had our death. Let's keep going. Now, what I have to... Where is the Impaler's Catacomb again? I forget. Isn't the Impaler's like here-ish somewhere? And this is the one I really don't remember. And I should, because it's related to the major baddie of the DLC. I'm gonna have to start trying to find some way to internalize it. Over there. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Yep, that's why I don't remember it. Because I usually ride off the crater-pocked glade. I don't need to come over here for... Other than maybe for Aridus' Rise, and I think we already did that. No, I was doing a video edit on that. I don't think we have gone there yet. But that is not what we're here to do. We are here to take a break. Grab some rune pieces wherever we can find them. In as many ruins as necessary. Speaking of... Yes, we know about torrent and status effects. Thank you very much. I'm gonna come over here to the Witchbane Ruins. And we're gonna breathe Dragonfire. Proceed to have a really tough time. Yep, that's fine. I take the poison. We accept those conditions in terms of service. Alright, where's the next one? You know what would be a neat spell? This. There's so many neat attacks that I think could be a wonderful spell idea. And all you have to do is change like a casting animation or something. But it's just, well, I shouldn't say it's easy. I mean, nothing in modding ever is, but I would think this would want to be the simpler ports over. Damn, dude, you are so loud. Alright, get out before we take a bludgeon or a major bludgeon to the face. Rinse and repeat. I'm dead. Nope. I took a dumb death for no reason. That is utterly, completely deserved. Completely deserved. I should always remember that Graven schools are never something you want to fight up close, ever. They're not worth it. Fighting up close at all. Because of just the constant AoE raining down. It's not worth it. It's not worth it in the slightest. Now I gotta deal with these things again. Ah! You come out of the woodwork. Well, unfortunately for you, friend, even in the rain, the black fire will Ah! So there's a blue trace mark on the ground. That's what's happening. It's the little things that you discover when you pay attention to your surroundings. Nice, and I rolled in the poison swamp, so how I managed to not track the poison on me, I'll never know. I will say that it's got like a relatively limited range. It just can do it in a circle. But unfortunately for us, I think we have to unlock it for quest purposes, these ruins, because this is where Selen's body is. We just gotta keep moving if we're gonna fight this thing this way. Okay. Well, that was a fun learning experience. But you know what? There are some positives, like getting the shimmering substance. That's a positive. Like one of the bigger ones, I guess I could say, coming out of that. Just, well, now we know what we can't do against Graven schools, like the round masses that spit out a magical cannon fire at you, basically. That's what it amounts to. Make more of these. We desperately need to keep ourselves topped off. Oh, we are so poisoned. And that is exactly what that steel was designed to do, was get you poisoned and then force Torrent to also be poisoned. Where is this damn second steel at? Oh god, I remember this one being a nightmare to find. Okay, I'm standing on top of the seal, and I'm mashing Y. Come on. We have a raisin somewhere. Yes, we do in fact have one. Go ahead and use that now. I don't think we need to unlock this right now or anything, but, I mean, it can't hurt. And we get the ambush shard generator anyway.
It will do no good, I swear it. And yet you persist. You frothing degenerates.
You know, it's kind of hard to tell, but at least with this right hand, or her left hand, I'm sorry, it's not actually impaled by the spike. It's like sitting on top of it. Now, it would look at first like a crystal is impaling it instead, but that's not really the case either. It's almost like her hands are compelled to clasp the spikes. Ma'am, you do realize if you were aware in this body, you could actually just break yourself free, right? Because your hands are not actually bound, at least not according to the model. If you step further away, it totally looks like she is. But if you get real close, you'll notice that the model does not quite account for, you know, being tied up in white crystal. A Carrion House special. Anyway, we got more rune pieces to find. Let's get on it. Okay, so we have the one... we have... this one off the coast, which I believe we already got. So it would be anything on the other side of the coast. Yes, we did in fact get the one on this side of the coast, and there aren't rune pieces in the ocean anywhere near here, thank goodness. While we're here, we might as well mark these corpses. Get off, 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 off. What the hell is wrong with you, man? Personal space. These things should fucking scare people. They haven't done so already. Now, we're going to... Did I just stop? I did just stop taking poison, so we're gonna have to not take any more damage, or we risk dying. See, bosses are fine, but the most basic of enemies can really humble a man, and humble him pretty well. It's why in hitless runs, you see so often that most of the time combat is just skipped, because it's not worth taking the hits in exchange for gaining a little bit of rune progress. Now, of course, in Reforged, that's different, right? It's different because you know, the runes are tied to enemy count, or like how many of the regular enemies can you kill, and very little of it, or far less of it, is tied to killing bosses. It's not as efficient to kill a boss as it is to literally get a swath of enemies and either find another enemy to kill them with, or you know, kill them manually with a wide AoE spell.
It's been an age. How can I help?
You can help by letting me sell stuff, friend. That'll be how you're helpful. Don't need these. It hurts my soul to sell these. Well, the honest truth is we just don't need anything else. You don't need Radagon's Source Seal, because it's physical stats, it's not mental stats. We'll never have any use for the Assassin's Crimson Dagger. Sell that. What do you have? A lantern that I don't need. 3 stone sword keys. Which, to be honest, out of everything here, I think we're just gonna pick up the stone sword keys. Call it good. Now, let's try to find as many rune pieces as we can. We already picked the one up along the coast, so it's just gonna be anything near the Tower of Return we need to find. Such as this rune piece up here. Speaking of which, we have 21 of these. Make that 22 of these. So now we could just kind of, we're just kind of scouring the countryside trying to find them. And of course I'm sweeping along the periphery first, because a lot of the rune pieces are toward the edges of the maps. Damn you. Oh, hello. I think I'm gonna die. Thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage for not checking these back. None of them have... Oh, that one is. Nice! Thanks for the flyby grab. If you're gonna touch me, at least take me out to dinner first. Damn. Ah, these bats have no idea what consent is. And that's okay. Because neither does my character. You're gonna hit me, I'm gonna hit you. Easy. Now, of course, in the real world, fellas and ladies, consent's important. Don't do anything without it, okay? If someone says no, that means no. If someone doesn't say yes, that's still no. Silence does not mean yes. Just, throwing that out there. Consider this your PSA on what consent is. Only explicit consent is consent. And not consent preordained in the future, not consent farmed from harassment. Legitimate, honest, from the heart consent is consent. That can be revoked at any time, for any or no reason at all. So, fellas, if you're thinking about hooking up with a lady or another person for the evening, guess what? You know what you should do? It's gonna sound corny, but you should do it anyway. Keep a ledger lying around. A log of when consent was given and when consent is revoked. And the log is sort of like a contract. You could, of course, draft a contract up as well, but the contract is non-binding. It only serves to have a written record of when consent was given, and that's really about it. The main form of proof is gonna come in the form of logs. if you're going to be promiscuous, if you're going to go out of your way to have a little fun one-night stand with the ladies or dudes, fellas, I think it's best that you protect yourselves from possible, like, sexual harassment claims. Because even though you should always believe victims, period, the ramifications of being accused with sexual assault are too grave to ignore. Now, of course, being promiscuous is never worth it. You sully yourself in terms of your partner. And of course, if you're religious, it kind of falls on you to realize what your doctrines say about having sex with strangers, and it's just never worth it. In some places, that type of thing is even a crime. So you want to be careful. I opened the chest like a Nimrod and nearly got teleported to the end of the game. Or near middle of the game, whatever. I wonder, can you destroy this? I remember breaking chests being a thing in any previous Soulsborne entries. I don't think you can break this kind of chest. But yeah, if you're gonna have fun time with the ladies or anyone else, that's up to you. But if you're gonna do it, prepare yourself. Don't, you know, obviously wanting consent should come from a place of, you know, mindfulness. And it should come from a place of caring. That consent is important and nobody wants to be violated, right? Nobody wants to be raped. Nobody wants to be assaulted. And so you should just... People should just... When seeking consent, it should come from a place of respect and not from a place of self-defense. But if having consent come from a place of self-defense is better than rape, it's better than assault. And if asking for consent becomes too much effort and it kills the concept of hookups and one-night stands, well, you're not going to hear this man complaining. Sex should be safe for marriage, but if you're not going to do it, that's up to you. That's your right. But you got to be willing to put in the work for that right. You have to be willing to make your possible one-night stand or hookup work. You can't just do it. It's assault. It's rape. It's taking advantage of, in most cases, the fairer sex, but not always. There's same-sex sexual assault, sexual abuse. It happens. It can also happen where women sexually abuse and assault men. That also happens. Assault in any context is never okay. Ever. Rape, never okay. It shouldn't take a rocket scientist or a priest to tell you that assaulting people is asking to get assaulted yourself. And if you have any respect for your fellow human being, you don't do that. Because if you don't want it happening to you, why would you do it to another person, right? And anybody who says otherwise or wants to defend that is a scumbag. They are...
That man is the scum of the earth.
And also...
Stop right there, criminal scum!
And anybody, yeah, like, that's like the penultimate scum. Like, absolutely. Don't associate with those people. Oh, right. This is the Rainbow Scarab archery thing. That's right. I might want to tweak the volume of the soundboard a little bit. You guys will have to tell me if it's like piercing or overly loud. I work hard on it, but that doesn't mean that it's good work. Was that one of the archery challenges? It sure was. Yeah, as it turns out, it's actually in a statue. And I really didn't know that there was one over here either at first. I kind of just bumped into this one. But screw you, Bat. And Dragonfly. No. Oh. Very frustrating. I want to say Weeping Peninsula has 4 of them. There is information available on the wiki. Available on the wiki about a lot of these, but I don't think the wiki has all of them yet. Let's see. Now, this lake here is one of the spots that I come to farm gold dragonflies, either off camera or, you know, when we were doing the Let's Play stream, I would occasionally come over here on camera and kind of demonstrate this farming spot. There are 13 golden dragonflies, or like 11 of them, something like that. And high arcane, having a high arcane score does let you, be able to get more than the 11 that are there. So like if we look, we got, oh, well, okay, we got exactly 11, but you can find ways to bump that number up. The more arcane you have, the higher that probability is of rolling higher on the drop table for these things. And farming these are absolutely necessary for making rune arcs. If you ever need a steady supply of rune arcs, I recommend this spot right here. Yes, you do have to fight. You do have to fight some land octopuses in order to get at it, but really you can take Torrent and just kind of ignore most of it if you know what you're doing, which I do. I've demonstrated that spot enough times that I know what I'm doing. Even though that was a particularly sloppy showing, like with the dragonflies and the bats getting involved, if you're gonna farm this spot, I recommend you pick it up during the daytime, so that the only extra mob you have to worry about are the dragonflies, because those kind of have a predictable attack pattern. They only have one attack, so you can use that to your advantage. Now, I have, once again... Oh, right. No. I've not forgotten. I'm just in the wrong place and looking for rune pieces. I was about to say I forgot where, the Impaler's catacombs were, but, I know better. Speaking of knowing better, we're gonna know better and go over to the castle, and we could stop hearing that damn mausoleum turtle. Because, oh my god, did the bell chimes get annoying after a while. We want about 25 dexterity, maybe 28 dexterity, and that should be a pretty good casting breakpoint. Now, did we get the rune pieces that were up here? No, which tells me we in fact did not go to Aridus's Rise during this playthrough, and we did not get any of the associated memory stones with that. Okay. Oh, please tell me this worked. Good. This is how you get this rune piece. You use the Spirit Spring here. You just gotta be careful with the dismounts and re-entry. If you're not careful, you will die trying to collect this. You have a Spirit Spring, so it should be hard to die, but it can happen. I have done it. You just have to jump where the Spirit Spring isn't, honestly. How are we on time? We've got 5 minutes? Yeah, we'll have to stop at the Rise. I think that'll be a good place to sort of wrap up for the evening. But I think we're doing pretty good on... Okay, that's not true. We're doing good in terms of, like, splits or routing, but we're not doing great in terms of time spent on the stuff. Again, I hope that picks up when the run actually starts. Because I'll be a little bit more focused. Right now, I'm still very much in the... Yeah, I want to figure everything out, but also I'm trying to entertain you guys at the same time. And I want to entertain you guys, but talking about every little facet of the game is probably not going to be how I do it. For the actual real challenge run, just look at the, if you want to know why I say that, and like, oh, that seems weird for a streamer to say, take a look at, a streamer by the name of Gino Bacino. He is very focused. He is very focused on the run when he's doing it. That's not to say he doesn't talk, but it's very much like how, you know, streamers and content creators typically talk to their audiences. It's they're kind of short sentences, or you know, you can't really carry out a very lengthy, long-winded conversation in with content like that. That's not to say I don't want to, just that it's obviously they also have bigger audiences because they've actually done things worth having an audience for, whereas I'm still very much working on that. It might not even be till I complete this run that I actually have any meaningful accolades to talk about. Sure, I can sit and say that I did do challenge runs, but a lot of people can say that. Fewer people can say that they've done the God run, or, you know, they have the spectacle on camera to actually prove it. I don't. And so because of that, I'm not very credible in this sphere of content creation yet. I only have my past VODs. And really, I deleted anything that wasn't after my hiatus. I have clips of the stuff before, but it's mostly clips of, you know, whatever you guys took. And I'm fine with that. This is kind of like a restart number 2. After the whole, you know, losing internet and not really sure where my financial future was going to be after a while. Now, it is 3:58, or rather 3 hours and 58 minutes into the recording, into the stream. It is time for us to go ahead and wrap up for the evening. I only have one guy I can shout out for you this evening, but they're a good one. If you want, for those of you on YouTube, I'll just specify the name of the streamer. I'll type that out. If you guys want Souls-like content, check out what Squee the Killa is doing. They are playing Lies of P, and are apparently keeping track of the number of days they streamed in a row. So, if you want to talk about that record, you know, go over there. For you guys on YouTube, I'm going to type this out. You know, I always want to introduce people to content, whether it's YouTube or Twitch. Definitely check out that man. He is a relatively small streamer like I am, and is working real hard for that partner push, just like I am. A lot of us that are streaming are. A lot of us. We'll be back at this tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be back at this tomorrow at the same time, relatively speaking. I do apologize for the minutes of lateness, but I was trying to fix some things with the stream. And also, I have to get used to doing the broadcast before I stream again. That kind of thing, like broadcasting on YouTube and such. Anyway, thank you guys so much for stopping by and hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do in the About Me section on stream, or check out the link tree, or any of the other things that normal content creators would say. Yeah, I'll see you guys next time. My name is Coinstamp, or Steven, or Swirling Vortex, and this has been another nice day of Deathless routing, and I look forward to doing that again tomorrow and the day after, and hopefully it'll turn into hitless routing soon after. Well, not soon after, but eventually. Anyway, you guys are really valuable and mean a lot to me. So take care of yourselves. The world is dangerous. It's more dangerous than ever. And now there's even talk of Russia and China going to war with each other, or having a high degree of tensions with each other. And if that happens, the rest of the world might very well soon follow. So stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome here on either of my channels anytime, including on Trovo or Kick when I get that up and running. Take care of yourselves, and bye-bye.